So it is 6:30. And I am calling to the meeting to order. This is a hybrid meeting of the Concord Finance Committee. Our main agenda today is capital planning forum. We've got members of the school committee. Thank you. And this is part of a process that the town has adopted to identify especially large capital.
Peggy, can you speak more directly into the microphone? It's hard to hear you.
Hi, Zoomers. I'm sorry. We are using a different arrangement tonight. So the sound will be a little bit different and the cameras in the room won't be active. So we will try and turn the volume all the way up on the speaker that is in front of Peggy.
Thank you.
Can you hear the speakers? Can you hear the speaker?
Peggy, it's hard to hear what you said.
Are those
Hear me now?
Better.
Feel like an AT&T ad or something. Hear me now? Okay.
Better.
I would like to appoint a scribe, and I usually go to the online attendees. That's hopefully currently motivating people to come in person. Let's see. Shresh, Amrith, John, Lois, you're off the hook because you're the clerk and you get to approve them. I'm gonna go to either Suresh or Doug.
Can I take a pass this time because I'm working on a new computer. I have no idea on my wife's computer today, so. And it's a Windows
Okay.
based, I'm not used to Windows based at all.
Okay. John, would you be willing to scribe?
Sure, I'll do my best.
Thank you, John. John Garofalo is appointed as scribe. Thank you. So this is public forum number 2 for large capital planning items. Those are items over 5 million in tier 3. And I think do we start with the presentation from the town? Carrie or Bob? Yeah, what is going on with the audio visual? No. So we have a TV screen over there, and that's it. Thank you, Carrie. Maybe you and Dawn can share that one.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, here's another one. Hot off the press. Thank you, Carrie.
All right.
Okay.
So this is a new process for us, the tier 3 capital planning process. This is something that the capital planning task force outlined for the select board, and we implemented it last year for the first time. It still feels pretty new to us, and there are a lot of questions about this. And so I thought I'd just start with a little bit, about what we're doing here. So the purpose The purpose is, or the reason that we talked about outlining these tier 3 very large capital really is so that the community could have some visibility into these big capital needs that would likely require a debt exclusion. These are things that just don't fit within our annual capital planning process, and the community of course wants to and should have visibility into this process. So the format or the framework that was determined was that we would have an annual process that would be integrated between the town and the school, that we would be using a standard set of evaluation criteria, and that we would be talking about what the proposed tax was. We would have on an annual basis 3 meetings. The first would be a joint meeting with the select board and the school committee, where we would talk about the proposed projects and get some feedback from those 2 boards. That we would then take that feedback and incorporate it into the plan. Come to you at the second meeting where we would talk about the revised plan and the financial impact of that. Take your feedback, and then we would have a third and final meeting to develop this 10-year plan. So the next meeting after this is about a month from now, and again, that will incorporate all of the feedback received to date to develop the final. The proposed plan is available on the website. It's been out for a couple of weeks. We are in our official public comment period, and we are taking the comments for the next several weeks, and we would incorporate that into the final plan as well.
Have we gotten any comments?
We have not received any feedback outside of public meetings at this point. So the superintendent is here this evening, but I think you're okay if I present this slide. So for this next 10-year period that we're looking at, fiscal 24 to 33, the school does not have any projects that it is proposing, anything in addition to the middle school project.
Okay,
That doesn't mean that a year from now that there's not going to be anything here, but at this point in time, there's nothing being proposed from CPS.
And I have a question. So, Dr. Hunter, what's the age of the other schools? So I know the high school, but the other
They're all
elementary schools.
between 15 and 20 years. Alcott being the oldest, Willard the newest.
Willard was built in about 08. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Alcott and Thoreau, the Thoreau was renovated, and Alcott was built new in about 04, I believe. Something about like that.
Those are the approximate.
And we're generally thinking maybe 50-year lives on those buildings. So it would be a while before we would, okay, thank you.
Along that line, though, what about the annual maintenance associated with those? Do you have any collective numbers for all the elementary schools and the middle school in terms of what you have to do? Because I know they've redone floors and things like that.
Yeah, we run a capital plan through the town manager's budget of 900,000.
Oh, is that the
year.
one? Okay.
And that's where we try to be sure we're addressing the high ticket items. There's always some smaller operational ones. The middle schools, I don't know, we're on a regular
Yeah,
issue of whatever's going on with those, just trying to get to the finish line.
okay, so that's part of your 900,000.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
all right. Thanks.
We also have smaller scale maintenance built into the operating budget as well. The operating budget does the core maintenance.
Like the tier 1 versus
It's
tier
preventative
2.
and
Yeah.
smaller.
I think what we're trying to focus on tonight, thank you, Dee, is the tier 3. The budgets that would generally require a debt exclusion and add to the taxes. The tier 1 and tier 2 are within the annual debt plan that the town puts together, schools put together, and is within the current tax levy, basically. So it's within the budget, basically.
Yeah. So
Okay.
maybe this would be a good opportunity just to talk about what the tiers are. I know that's in the report. Tier 1 are projects that we typically are paying cash for. $100,000 is really what we're, 100,000 or less. Tier 2 then is anything over 100,000 up to 5 million. That is typically funded through debt, but that again is part of our annual capital improvement plan. Again, Tier 3 is anything that's over 5 million, either a one-time cost or a phased project that is over $5 million. So then on the town side, we actually don't have anything that is teed up just yet to plug into in the next 10 years. But I can assure you, a year from now, we're definitely going to have something teed up. I'm not sure it still may be outside of the 10-year plan. But I can talk to you about what our needs are, because we do know what they are. They are documented here in this facilities master plan that we finished in 2020. So back in, I think we probably started that in 2018. And we hired an outside firm. We used a local architect firm, TBA Architects. They practice here in town. They were commissioned to look at all municipal buildings on 14 different sites. They were asked to survey each of the building's uses and spaces and identify efficiencies or opportunities for improving efficiencies. They were also asked to look at the feasibility of expanding where we needed to expand and reconstruct sort of everything soup to nuts. In total, they looked at 18 buildings, about 240,000 square feet of everything from office space to garage space, the safety facilities. That crossed 35 departments or divisions, depending on how you look at that, and covered 260 FTEs on the town side. One nice thing that they did is, as a part of this project, is they put together as-built plans for all of our buildings. And we didn't necessarily have as-built for a lot of the buildings, so that was particularly helpful. And then the next step in their process, they were asked to develop 3 different scenarios for each of the buildings. The first assumed no relocation, just sort of how to work within the confines of the existing space and make it more efficient. They identified about $7.6 million worth of work that could have been done to improve efficiency. All of these are in 2019 dollars, so the information is a little bit dated. And then they identified another $6.6 million of work that would really cover the 10-year lifespan. The second scenario, again, was no relocation, but it was more, it was far more expensive. So for this building in particular, they looked at adding a 3rd floor, which required reinforcing the whole structure. I think that scenario, the scenario B for this building, was about $10 million. We're not going to do that, but that's the extent of what that scenario B was. And then scenario C really was just looking at relocations, like if we could just start over, what would we do? And that really, I guess I didn't say, maybe I didn't say for scenario B, that was about $66 million. And then again, scenario C was really just starting over. And there's so many different options there that, and it's all detailed in this report, which is available online, so you could, I couldn't say how much it was because we have the so those were the 3 scenarios. But as we were finishing this project, we decided the middle school was the most important. And so this work really was put on hold. We didn't want to advance anything until there was a decision made about the middle school. And that's where we are. But again, we definitely have a lot of capital needs on the town side. And what I wanted to talk to you about this evening is just to give you a sense of what they are and the magnitude. But maybe before I go any further, this would be a good place to pause and see if there are any questions on the process or the work that was completed in the facility study.
Carrie, just for my notes, you said our total occupancy, if you will, is 240,000 square feet?
That's the total.
Roughly. Okay,
That's what we have. It's not what we need. It's not what they determined we need. It's just what exists today.
and what's the full-time equivalent in those spaces?
That's the 260.
260 staff? Okay. And you said that was 14 buildings?
Sites 18 buildings. So we have, like, Highs Road has 3 buildings.
Okay, so 18 buildings? Okay. And the, scenario A was 7.5 million to just maintain and,
7.6, sort of an immediate need, and then another 6.6 for
10 year, okay. And the 7.5 would be funded through tier 1 and 2 within your small capital budget.
I think there's a potential, if we were to advance those projects, that we would try to do that within the tier 2. It would be tough, because that would be at least maybe 3 years worth of tier 2.
Yeah.
But we did, for instance, we did work in this building, as you know, the
Yeah.
first floor was renovated. And so for all intents and purposes, we're not expecting to do much more here.
Right. Okay.
So that's, we got nothing.
So how does the results of the study compare to the discussions of town priorities? Are those kind of separate or in addition? We talk about the public safety building and public works and then the infrastructure. So how do those relate to what the report said? Are they the same?
They are, the roads piece was not included in here, but
The two
everything
buildings,
else is
yeah.
coming from this report.
And those would you expect when you're going to do feasibility on those soon? Is that what you're talking about? You're going to start to look?
Yeah,
at
and I can get into that in a minute.
Yeah.
Sort of how we're approaching the next
Yeah,
year or
that would
two.
be interesting, yeah.
So, okay.
Thank you, Carrie.
So we have, our buildings are old, and they've been in need of restoration. It's a very long time. It's very difficult to say what our priority was to be. And as I said, the first thing we started this report when former town manager Chris Whalen was here, and he had an opinion on the highest priority, and former town manager Stephen Crane had a different opinion. And my opinion is, I think that these are both needed. One may be easier to advance than the other. It may be easier to phase some development that public works, public safety is kind of hard to phase, and we'll get into that. But really, the public works facility over on Kais Road and the public safety facility over on Walden Street are, they're both very high priorities. In addition, you will see as we look at the public safety on Walden Street, we can't operate there long-term, that facility long-term as a combined police fire station. The site's just not big enough. So the third priority would be to renovate that for another public use. And then we added in this annually recurring need for roads, which we'll talk about a little bit further into the presentation. So I have identified.
I'm sorry, Carrie. Have you looked around town for a unified site for everything?
We have our eyes open. We don't have anything particular in mind. There have been lots of different sites talked about.
Mhm.
And that would be part of any next steps that we undertake to see if there's another site
Okay, thank you.
or other sites.
that would be a big obstacle, right? Because you're gonna need land, and we don't have a lot of land.
Right.
Yeah. So in the report, it said that the Kai's Road buildings, you need about 14 acres. And I don't know what it would need if you had a combined existing public safety. You're thinking of one building that has it all.
Well, that's certainly an option. But I can't tell you that we definitively identified any place for that. So I've identified the public works facility as priority 1A. And mostly because I think if we were to work within the existing site, it's easier to phase work over there, which given the debt burden that the community is carrying, maybe an easier thing to get something going sooner rather than later. The existing building and the layout of it is not particularly conducive to the work, and I have some pictures that maybe you've already seen, but we'll show in a couple of slides. The site isn't secure, there's no fencing, people can go in and out of there any time of day. The reformatory branch trail runs alongside of it. People have been known to come off that trail onto the property. So that is a concern. There is some floodplain on that property, so the development of that property is hampered by that. There's inadequate covered storage for vehicles, equipment, and materials, inadequate office space. The structures over there, there are 3, and they date anywhere from 1903 into the 50s. So 141 Kai's is the oldest. The other, but it actually probably looks the best. The other 2 are newer, and actually there's 3. So this is an aerial here of this site. And you can see in the two areas I've circled, we have a lot of equipment that is stored outside all of the time in all times of year. So in the winter, this equipment is stored outside. This is hundreds, millions of dollars worth of equipment, and the life expectancy of vehicles stored outside is kind of less than stored inside. Everything undercover is the big building over here. That is where most of public works is. A lot of that is garage space, and if you have ever seen how they pile the vehicles in there, it's quite a puzzle. And so those are chock full of vehicles and equipment, and then down on the bottom there, you can see we have some storage of materials that is outside, and so that's problematic, being exposed to the elements. So here's our equipment getting ready to go out and plow during a storm. This is the equipment that you could see
Can you
outside.
pause for just 1 second?
Sure.
Matt, that's the only screen. That's the presentation. You might not want to sit right next to it because our little AV. Yeah, you'll have a better look if you can see that screen.
I'll go.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Well, don't crash it because I'm on it too. Thank you. Sorry, Carrie.
So this is a snow operation vehicle. All of the equipment is outside. It's running all the time. It's exposed to the elements.
Quick question, is there adequate space there for their needs?
There really isn't. It's difficult. On this slide, you can see, according to the study, all of the specs, what we would need for space. We have 9.75 acres. We really need 14 acres. Chris mentioned that earlier. You can see the number of parking spaces and all of that. What we would need if we had an optimal facility. If we were to renovate, rebuild at the current location, the estimated cost in 2019 was just under $30 million. If we had to go to a new location, 46.2, Again, that was the estimate. There was no.
60% or 90%?
Thirty. Design development.
Never mind, never mind.
Not funny joke.
No, that 46.2 million, doesn't take into account any specific site acquisition cost, just an estimate. But it is, if we're using the existing site, we can use some of the existing structure. We're not gonna raise it and rebuild. So that's the
46
difference.
million doesn't include a new site. It's not included.
It doesn't, no, it doesn't.
What was the size of the new site that you'd have to have?
About 14 acres is
Okay.
what we would be looking for
Okay.
ideally. So we do have funding in an older capital plan, $150,000 to do a feasibility. That was actually appropriated by town meeting in 2014. That project has not advanced, so our intention is to use that article to start feasibility, to look at what we might do. And again, it would be wonderful if we could look at a phased redevelopment of something that would be palatable to the community.
That's already been appropriated. It's
That
not,
has-
it's not new revenue.
It's not new.
Well, it's 150 grand, right?
It's sitting somewhere in the account somewhere.
No, I know it is. I'm just saying, but that's probably, you would need more to do a real.
We're gonna start with that. We'll see what we can do with that. So then the next is priority 1B, and this is public safety complex again. The existing site is very, very limiting. It's about a third of what it's about 2/3 of what we need. It's a third too small. We have some significant health and safety issues. That building was built in 1961, so it looks pretty good on the outside every time I drive by it.
But there was a major renovation in the conference rooms and was it that, something like that, yeah.
So it looks a lot nicer on the outside than it is, I think, on the inside in terms of functionality. Some of the issues are, we need the masonries in need of being repointed. We have some significant issues with the base. The concrete is cracked, needs to be replaced. On the other picture, you can see one of our ladder trucks and the 1.5 clearance between the ladder truck and
Hope it's not going down Store Drive.
this is a problem. This piece of equipment doesn't even fit over in West Concord. And, fire trucks are bigger than they used to be in the 60s and 70s. And, it takes some skill to get this vehicle into. Some of the other-
And you can't let the air out of the tires and still be ready to go.
I don't think, yeah. Yes.
It's the only thing you can do.
Some of the other issues center on HVAC issues. You can see in here, we would have HVAC systems within this building, but they're not adequate to meet the demand. And we've got ancillary HVAC equipment.
How many people are in this building?
So we have, well, the head count for police and fire is about 90. But we, on any given day, we probably have 15 and maybe 30 or so
In the facility.
And how will the dispatch is also in that building, is that correct? And they'll be moving, or what's the Acton combination? How will that affect the usage of the building?
We're working with the town of Acton on a regional dispatch that is likely to not materialize until fiscal 20, so it's still a ways off. We have a lot of work to do on that project. Dispatch, assuming that goes through, dispatch would be moving over into a facility that's in Acton. And so we would realize some space. It's not a significant amount of space, but
Okay.
it's some.
Is the land that you have around that building large enough to allow you to expand the building by another third?
No.
No. So you need a site for that as well.
Yeah, but we would be, if we want to maintain a combined public safety complex, we need a different site. This would work if it was, you could renovate it just for police or just for fire.
What's the size you need acreage?
Nine,
That was,
14?
No,
that's on the next slide, so let me just point out here, we don't have adequate office space, we have an office here and a closet, one in a bunk room. And so this is the slide, so we have 1.6 acres now, and we will be about 8.5.
Out of curiosity, why so many extra acres?
Well, according to the feasibility studies that were treated, they identified, all of these dimensions that I needed.
Harry, can you, try to minimize?
Oh,
There.
that's correct.
Oh,
Yeah.
Maybe Chris, wherever Chris is.
Chris. Get rid of the FinCom. We just want to see the numbers.
They're the same as in here, right?
Well, I know, but for, if we're looking at the screen, they can't see it.
Okay, give me a minute.
Thanks, Chris. Just slide that down to the bottom or something.
Yeah, you just get it in there.
So Carrie, what you're telling us, is that we have two major projects. Tier 3 projects, we're prioritizing the middle school at this time. And we saw some slides, or I saw some slides anyway, showing how, our debt is gonna drop, especially when the elementary schools get paid off. Perhaps the high school gets paid off. So we're looking at a number of years out before we want to take on one or both of these additional projects. And they're in the 25 million range each. Okay,
So this one, again, 2019 dollars was estimated at 25 million. Does not include any site acquisition cost. Similar to the public works facility, we would be looking to do some sort of feasibility. And we expect to include that in our current fiscal 24 to 28 CIP. We haven't quite finished that, so I couldn't tell you it was 24 or 25, but I think we're talking in that range again for feasibility to sort of get a better sense of where we might be going.
okay.
Then another project we'd be interested in would be to renovate the current public safety facility at Walden Street for other municipal use. There are scenarios in this report on what those development costs would be based on, different permutations of what we might do there. So we don't know at this point, so I didn't put any costs into it. We're pretty far out into the future. The other thing I wanted to talk about is our public works infrastructure. So up until this point, we had been setting aside about $2 million a year in our tier 2 capital for public works infrastructure, which really has been road improvements. But we also have drainage improvements, sidewalks, a lot of other things that we have not been funding on an ongoing basis. So our past practice, for instance, with sidewalks, is about every 5 years, we plug in maybe $500,000. We really need to, on an annual basis, be plugging that in addition to funding for storm drainage, so we don't have another Sawbrook Mill collapse. And, have to come up with several $100,000 to fix something.
And are there ARPA funds for those types of activities?
That is an eligible use.
Okay,
So last year, we talked about the fact that what we had been allocating wasn't sufficient. So we had just started quantifying what we might do. And what we have in order to adequately fund improvement management, the parking lot, culvert bridge repairs, storm drainage, bike improvements, pedestrian improvements. We're looking at anywhere between 3.5 to 7.8 million per year, depending upon the year in the front. And again, we're allocating about 2 million. And we're trying to figure out, like, one of the reasons we're still working on the tier 1 and 2 plan is we're trying to figure out how we can allocate more.
you can see what we've done. How much more do you think? Are you thinking?
I'm a little mystified why roads need to be 4 million a year, but if they really do, then you're really need 5 to 6 million a year.
I'm sorry, so 5 to
And there's no way that your current structure can adequately do that even by traditional debt. So that's why we're trying
Because of policy.
No,
No.
just due to cost.
We used to had a roads article at town meeting every year. 20 years ago.
And I think that's folded into the capital. plan,
Yeah.
Because we do make an annual appropriation.
Yeah,
We really got behind with the Cambridge Turnpike project. That really took a lot of that. And that's when our PCI, the pavement condition index, really
Mhm.
fell.
Right.
And this year, we've tried some new treatment methods to get more useful life out of the roads, and we really had very mixed reviews because the surface, it's different than what people had seen in the past, different than what their expectations were. Some of the treatments maybe happened just a little too late in the season or later than optimal. And then we had all of the rain. And so a lot of these treatments, they have to dry, or they're very tacky. And so we've had some mixed reviews with what we've done, but they've all been appropriate for the condition of the roads. And I hope that we will continue to be able to do that, and maybe through education and just time, people will get used to the different methods that we use to preserve.
well, Concord does not like tacky.
What do you mean, we're not paving the road or something?
Well, say a road has a 10-year lifespan, I mean, a 20-year lifespan, or maybe 30. But at year 10, you can apply a different type of seal, right? So you might be,
Like the crack treatment or,
so that you might be able to get a few extra years out of it.
yeah.
But we absolutely are paving roads. But we're using some treatments that we haven't used in the past, but treatments that are used in communities all over the country.
Gary, do you see us possibly getting any transportation funding of the infrastructure?
We would like to, so we not as a part of our capital plan, but one of our ARPA spending priorities for fiscal 23 is funding for transportation plan, because we would like to be in a better position to know what we're looking for, so we can go after grants.
Yeah.
And so that, I expect that request for proposals is gonna be out pretty soon. Just an outline of it today. And so, yeah, we're hoping that we'll be able to position ourselves to get it.
Was the Hubbard Street project funded by a grant?
It was, that was the, just forgot the complete streets, that was a complete streets project.
For Carrie, just a couple of questions. Is there, and it may be on the website, but is there a complete list of tier 2 projects and potential tier 3? Right during the committee that we had to develop the process, we talked about having everything in one location, one spreadsheet. Has that table been developed for this year or not yet?
The financial impact, is that what?
Well, even just the list of,
Yeah.
the list of projects and the cost. The reason I'm asking is I see here that we think the need, not think, you estimate the needs for recurring improvement on public works is 3.5 to 7.8 million a year. We're allocating 2 million a year, which is 40% of the existing tier 2. So I'm just curious where the other 60% goes. What are those for? That's why I'm kind of curious. Is there a list that we can?
So we prepare a 5-year capital plan for tier 1 and tier 2.
Yep.
And we are still working on that for 24 through 28. We're pretty
Okay.
close to
Yep.
having it finished. Hopefully next week, when we're back talking about our budget, we will have that. So we're not quite done with it.
Yep.
And it's just been a little slower because we're trying to figure out the roads piece.
Okay, so that's the third hearing, right? Where you come together with the whole package?
Well, these hearings are just for the tier 3, the large projects. We can talk about the tier 1 and tier 2 next week or we can talk about it at any point in time, but it never, it's not gonna be.
It's a regular budget, it's a regular budget discussion, not a forum.
Funded, some of it is debt funded, but it's within the levy.
Yep.
And it's within the context of, when you start the guidelines process, we talk about revenue and fixed costs, it's part of the fixed cost. But yeah, that, we will have a list of those projects again, hopefully next week.
Okay, thank you.
Will you be making any assumptions in terms of the total amount of money available in tier 1 and tier 2, or will you also include what you feel is necessary in tier 1 and tier 2, meaning above the 5 million?
So if I'm understanding you correctly, we present a balanced based on the assumptions we're making, which come from the financial policies that we have. So we're not, it's not a wish list, it's balanced.
But you'll be able to tell us what you really would want, right? I understand. So you have a policy issue on tier 2.
Well, what you're, not what you, the want is probably greater, but you'll present a list of tier 1 and tier 2 items that you plan to do within the levy limit.
Yeah, but I'd like to know what's deferred, right? So that's my
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Right? What's the piece we're not getting at? Yeah, in addition to what you think you can fit into the budget.
Right now, what's targeted for next year is 2 million in cash capital, which is,
We always.
about what you used to always do. Right now, there's 5.7 million debt that tucked into that 5% total debt and capital. So the 5% is kind of the rule of thumb. Your policy has, I think, 5 to 7, and then recently 5-ish.
That sounds like a budget based on the availability of funding rather than the need. So if we were to aggregate several years of deferred work, would we have a tier 3 capital project for the roads?
That's hard because there's physical limits on how much work you can do in any given construction. Plus, you couldn't try to knock down.
Is it fair to say we're fairly comfortable with the tier 1 and tier 2? I mean, I know we're not doing everything exactly in the year that we would like to, but.
I'd say more comfortable if you would be at 5.5% instead of 5,
Yeah.
and then 6 definitely comfortable. So it's just a question of nuance.
We've done 5% for 20, 30 years now. That's been the rule of thumb, since at least 2000. So to basically you take 5% of the budget and set it aside for capital,
Yeah,
smaller capital items.
every year, it's not,
Yeah.
it's static and.
Well, 5% of the budget is increasing, correct?
Right.
I mean, I can tell you, we're not deferring purchasing, fire trucks and ambulances and police cruisers. We're not at that point. What is difficult really is just, it's public works and, maybe complicated a little bit by the significant amount of parks improvements that we made in a relatively short period of time, which I know are really appreciated. But that definitely has had an impact, but it's not, we're replacing our public safety equipment and our public works equipment. It's just, it's the public works infrastructure, and the identification of need that we just didn't really know about. At least I wasn't completely aware of the magnitude of the need until the last couple of years.
And the cost of roads, for instance, has gone up much more than almost any other aspect of your budget. This is again, an inflationary item.
Whenever you hire a consultant to do a study, your needs increase.
So this,
They're built of oil.
What?
Made with oil.
That's correct.
the last slide is the tax thing. And because we don't have anything to propose, the tax impact is a very affordable additional. But if you look in the far right column, the unspecified annual, plugged in what the cost would be for the public works facility if we and I'm using the 2019 dollars, so this is not exactly accurate. But if we stayed on the existing site and redeveloped, the tax impact of that on an annual basis is estimated at $344. And that's assuming 20 years level payment and a 5% interest rate. If we went to a new site, that jumps up to an estimate of 531. Public safety complex at 25 million is $289. And then there's just a note there that each additional $10 million worth of debt authorization is estimated at $115 again, 20 years.
And that's without site acquisition to the extent that you need sites.
Now, those are 2019 dollars. So when you make your presentation next week, will they be 2023 dollars? They won't. They will still be 2019.
Right, that's what we're going with, and we're going to move forward with the feasibility study for public works, and that's when
You'll
get
update. Okay.
So it's likely, Carrie, that you would come back to us once you get the feasibility done to talk about a real plan. That plan might include renovation at existing sites first, then looking for sites, and then, so it could be a phased approach, as you mentioned. So
I'm hoping there's a way to,
a way to
because
solve
that's
it.
really the only way to be able to do anything. We would be hard pressed to not make improvements in these facilities over the next 10 years. It'd be very, very difficult.
And wondering if as part of that, could we look at the potential value of the existing sites for redevelopment, for example, Hodge Road, as a mixed income residential site. Okay.
Do you know how long the feasibility study will take?
Well, I'm not sure. Yeah, I know. I mean, this one took forever. So, at least a year, I would say. It's amazing how busy these firms are.
So we've talked about the update on free cash and where we are, but this picture, right, which is a scary picture, right, from a debt perspective. So we're sort of we're out of room from a tax perspective until the middle school, until probably the elementary schools start to come down. And the high school starts to come down, so that's a ways out. And if we need to add more in, and the middle school is going to add, I don't know, between 1,000, 1,300 to the bill. So we have a lot of capital spending to do, is what it looks like to me. So one of the questions we took up with respect to the middle school, but it sort of strikes me when I look at this picture, is what we should be doing with respect to some sort of capital stabilization, thinking about how do we create a reserve to start to fund some of these things so you don't have spikes, but because we're going to need it, right? You have 50 to 100 million on the public side that you have to get done. So anyway, that's something, I don't know if you're thinking about that as a way to, sort of start to gather some of the funds slowly over some period of time.
Including funds to cover the peak of the middle school.
Well,
Try to do that right now.
Yes, we still have that.
We can still do that. I mean, there's still
Yeah, I know, but I'm
a
just
little
saying.
time to try and save that, yeah.
My point is, it's not going to go away. So
No.
what we started doing for the middle school, we need to continue to do. We should be probably socking away, 500,000 to $1 million a year all the time to start to prepare for this, I think. That's what it looks like to me.
And after we get to the 5 million for middle school or?
Sure. After, when, you tell me, but
Yeah, I
starting
mean,
to do
so we have 3.5 million in the middle school stabilization fund today. And when we look at the budget, we'll be recommending $1 million in fiscal 24. I don't know that we'll be able to do the 1.5 million, but at least.
But maybe we could move free cash to the stabilization fund and use ARPA funding for the roads.
That's a possibility.
And, slow down the OPEB, whatever. It looks like the elementary school debt ends in fiscal 30.
It's
Or thereabouts. Yep.
I mean, the elementary school.
And the high school ends in 39. So it's a long time before we,
That's right.
cover all that.
We don't have a lot of capacity, right? So that's.
Well, we have capacity, but it's, we have to pay for it. I mean, the town has.
The town has it, but the taxpayers don't.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
That's
We don't
what
really
I'm-
have that
yes.
much ability to raise taxes that much,
Yeah.
right?
No.
Okay.
What's your biggest concern right now?
Balancing the budget.
That's a good start.
Snow and ice?
No, I mean, these facilities are a big concern. We have millions of dollars of equipment that is sitting outside that we're not getting 100% of the useful life out of it because it's exposed to the elements. I mean, those trucks I showed you, those are $300,000-$400,000 trucks. They get banged up just in the course of regular use, and then they're sitting outside. That is a big problem.
We'll build a tent. Just kidding. I mean, we could, right?
That would be needed.
I mean, the wind comes in and moves aside.
Okay.
And Chris's comment, is there any constraint on our ability to create sinking funds or reserve funds with designated purposes?
No, we can have stabilization funds. That's what we would call them for any lawful purpose.
I know that before we built out school, it had been about 50 years, I guess, since the school had been built. So with 20-year funding, there was a 30-year period where taxpayers didn't contribute toward the capital to build school. And had there been a fund along the way, we would have had the money to get started. And certainly there's always a higher priority at the moment that that money keeps going to, and then we're left with the town buildings in this condition. So I would like to explore as a group here, committee, possibility into other funds.
Well, for tier one and tier two, Don, it is similar to that because we take roughly 5% of our annual budget and use it for tier one and tier two capital expenses. So that is, it's not a sinking fund for tier three size projects, but it is a commitment to use part of our annual budget for capital expenses to maintain what we have.
Yeah.
But you're talking about tier three.
Right. I guess one of the things I'm concerned with is in your documents, you talk about we really need more money in the tier one, tier two, primarily tier two. We don't have it because of the 5%. But then, if we're not spending it, we're just deferring more maintenance going out, which will be more costly. So I'm just wondering if there's some way that we can think differently about the $5 million cap on that.
5% cap.
At 5%, whatever, the 5%
I
cap on.
think, sure, I mean, we can change the policy. If the policy doesn't meet the need, is the taxpayer willing to pay more?
Well, where
that's
else
the
could it
concern.
come from? Do we start looking at our services that we provide and maybe cutting back on some of the services we provide? I don't want to say that, but really the trade-offs are real concerns now.
Well, you talked about the regionalization of the dispatches, or other opportunities for regionalization of services.
Yeah, I have a meeting next week with the new Carlisle Town Administrator to talk about potential opportunities. I've had conversations with the acting town manager. We're definitely talking about that. We do some regional services now, and everybody's looking for creative ways to save money or get more with the.
Well, we're selling services to Lincoln, aren't we?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We have
Yeah.
provide Board of Health services to the town of Lincoln at a fee. There may be opportunities to do that.
And
That's one
that's
thing.
really small potatoes.
Yeah,
compared to
yeah,
these. I mean,
yeah.
we're like, but we need to stock away money. And so the million that you're talking about in the school stabilization, that'll be part of the budget? Is that from free cash or just, it would have otherwise gone to free cash, is that right?
It can come from free cash. I wanted to talk to you about we use $1 million, plan for $1 million to reduce taxes.
Yep.
Maybe you don't want to do that.
Right.
Yes, I do.
One way or another, we gotta pay the pipe.
Whether we're gonna reduce it
So-
this year or next year.
So,
It's timing.
Yeah.
It's really just timing.
So there's a potential you could forego that $1 million to reduce taxes and take 500 from free cash, and then we're at the 5 million. And then we can be working on a stabilization fund for future.
can I make a request maybe? I don't know, when you come back with the third hearing on the tier 3 projects, could you come up with one or two schedules? And I don't think we know where the money would come from, but what you could envision if we sock away X million starting this year out here to be able to fund these two, what that would look like, and so that we've got some real numbers, black and white in front of us to think about. And that way, at least we can start laying out what we might want to do over the next 3 to 5 years. The sooner we start on
So,
this.
Parrish, are you talking about, that the cumulative graph that we
I'm
usually
talking
have?
about a simple table.
And
Just
plop
says-
those in at some point.
No, I'm not, so so next year they're proposing $1 million for a school. And you said $1.5 million might be a stretch. Okay, maybe 500,000 goes towards the public works.
Or just into
Improvement next
into a stabilization fund. Doesn't have
Yeah.
to be either or.
Yeah, that's fine too, but just something that sort of plots out how much money are we
Start
looking to
saving.
start, well, yeah, do we have to start saving and kind of what happens over the next 5 to 7 years?
We need to stop robbing Peter to pay Paul, right? Whatever the latest.
Well,
big
no, what it
expense is.
does, what it, what really it does is it evens it out over time. So existing current taxpayers are in the game. We got some skin in the game for something that's coming up later. And, I mean, that's the difference. Well, that's what we're talking about. And when it comes to the middle school, really, it's taxpayers just in the last 1 or 2 years and going out 25 more years that have skin in the game. So,
I'm thinking for way ahead, obviously,
Yeah.
when the Alcott school is paid for, that we continue to put money away
Yeah.
for the next.
Right,
school.
Right.
Many towns do that, right? That's not an unusual thing to do, to have that sort of a reserve building up over time for large projects. The stuff that we put in, whatever is in tier 2 is really like funded depreciation, but it doesn't
It
prepare
is.
you for the.
No.
the big-
tier 3.
Yeah.
No. Okay, Carrie, are you done?
I would say is, in terms of how to address this, we are going to be hiring an economic vitality manager, development manager. The intention there is to be able to facilitate development in the community that the community would like to see. We don't get, there are limits to the revenue that brings in, but it is new tax revenue.
New growth.
Right, it's new growth. If it's related to the tourism industry, there's meals tax, hotel motel tax. You can't get a hotel room in Concord. We have a lot of visitors. Maybe it would be nice to have another hotel that fits nicely. And we had a big bump in rooms tax when the place over on Baker Ave came online. If we could have something of that size in an appropriate location, that's an ongoing source of revenue. So
That we would
be,
or that you.
no, that we would be,
Developer or
we
something.
should be looking for, potentially looking for development. We would do nothing but facilitate it and, help with permitting as long as it's something that fits in within the community. Those are types of things that we could do and could dedicate that revenue source to a particular extent.
I have another question. So CPC ends up funding town projects, right? So there's stuff that gets requested that's funded through CPC if it fits the categories. We don't ever really draw that into the discussion on capital spending, but some of those projects are large, right? So you have like Warner Pond dredging, other ones that are large. I think that's a piece of this that's a little bit, you don't really see, but I think it's important for us to understand how much of the town spending actually gets funneled over to CPC, which is about 2 million a year. Not all of it goes to town, but it's useful to sort of have some view of that, right? So a lot of that park spending was in CPC, some of the open land acquisition was for CPC, and that's other capital that gets spent that could be potentially, I assume, could be reallocated somewhere else if any of the projects that we fall into the right category. I don't know, but that seems like another piece of the pie to think about here.
Mm-hmm. That's useful when you're talking about fields for the new middle school. How it's going to impact structures for public safety, I'm not exactly sure. Really look at the details there.
Right. But if it's used, if we said to ourselves over some period of time, we're going to use it for these things that then take pressure off other cap spending in the town, maybe it helps us. It's like another lever. that
I hear what you're saying. I'm going to twist it just a bit, that I think maybe we need to be more outspoken about what the dollars are doing. We talk about it at town meeting and go through the laundry list, but really, I think that there's so much money, and it is town money. It is the taxpayers' dollars that are doing that. I don't think that we think.
And some state dollars.
And state
That's the
dollars,
point.
yeah.
There's some state dollars that
But
get
it-
dropped
you
in.
know, Taxpayers, 1.5%. So, you know, I think
Be
that
more
we,
intentional about how that money
I
is
think,
spent.
well, we could be more intentional perhaps, you know, if it fits into the guidelines,
Mm-hmm.
but I think it's just, we should be more intentional in letting people know how it's used. And I know one time we had signs up, you know, that this was a
Yeah.
project.
Yeah.
Because they, you know, it certainly is the look and feel of our town, the money spent
Mhm.
for the CPC.
Right.
Just, maybe that's an aside of this conversation.
All right, any other questions for Carrie?
You have a lot of work to do, huh?
People to help me.
There you go.
Nothing ever goes away. Till it's done. Okay, well, thank you very much, Carrie. And the third public forum will be on December 8th. All three boards, select board, school committee.
Peggy, sorry to speak. Are there members of the public who want to have a question or something?
I'll get to that.
Sorry.
The next public forum on this will be December 8th. All three boards, select board, school committee, and finance committee. I see there are a few members of the public. Cynthia, Dory, Julie. You have any questions? Anyone in the room? Okay. Thank you, Carrie. Okay. Let's move to item number 3 on our agenda. And this is just very briefly. We somewhat surprisingly received the town meeting warrant a week ago Friday, which was not what we expected when we closed up our meeting on Thursday night, in terms of the dollars going into Article 5. So we will be having a hearing next week, the 17th. That is scheduled for 7 o'clock. Not sure whether it be in this room or the hearing room. In the hearing room, okay, it'll be in the hearing room here in the townhouse, at 7 o'clock. Hopefully everyone will have received their warrant. Special town meeting warrant in the mail. And we will be hearing Article 4, which is Community Preservation Act, Housing Reserve Fund. And we will be hearing Article 5, which is the Concord Middle School Building Project. Wait a minute before I scroll, okay. Sorry, scrolling.
It's 28.
Scrolling, control scroll, okay. I am just trying to get to the actual article. Yeah, sorry,
Article 4,
Article 4.
copy 2.
Okay, do you want to, so Article 4 will be to determine whether the town will vote to rescind a prior appropriation of about $1 million from the Community Preservation Fund appropriated in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019 for Junction Village Assisted Living Project, and to appropriate that amount to the Community Housing Reserve Fund. So essentially, I think everyone knows that the Junction Village Assisted Living Project has it's not going to be happening. So there's $1 million or so in that we had appropriated through CPC to support that project. What this article basically does is take that money, put it back into community housing. So, Dee, I'm assuming you will sort of take the lead on any presentation that the FinCom is going to be doing
At the hearing,
at the hearing.
fine, I do have a
Just-
question for the CPC.
Okay, so maybe just take a look at what they're proposing to say, what the town's proposing to say, and you know, and don't forget, this hearing is, we're listening. It's our hearing to listen, to hear what the community is saying about the warrant articles for the special town meeting.
Do we
Just
know, so they want to take $1 million back and that's going to go into the Affordable Housing Trust, is that what's supposed to go? So normally,
No,
To the Community Housing Reserve Fund.
part of the CPC, not the Affordable Housing Trust.
it's going to stay in the CPC?
Yes,
Yes.
because it is.
I thought it was going to somewhere else.
No,
Right.
no,
Oh,
I think-
that is not happening at special town meeting,
Right, it's annual town meeting, that may happen,
right?
But
In
it's
special town meeting,
not a
this
special
is as
town
far
meeting.
as they could get
right?
with it.
So,
There is another aspect of this though, but Parashar,
you may have been going this, I'm confused with all these housing things. About every year, we take $1 million from free cash and we're giving
Half a million.
Sorry,
That's what I was-
It's, uh,
it going towards affordable
It's
housing.
totally different.
I understand that. Well, I understand the funds and all that may be different.
So it's going to stay in CPC then?
CPC though, it will go back to the bucket that is for affordable housing.
As a carry forward?
Yes, it just stays in that bucket until it's then
And
allocated.
why would we do that?
Because it was CPC that issued the dollars. It
Right.
has to go back to CPC first. It has to go back to that affordable housing bucket within CPC.
Because CPC never spent it.
Right. And then the next, at possibly regular town meeting, there could be another article that would say, gee, I think we're gonna take some of the
Well,
CPC.
they would have to apply, they would have to apply to CPC when the applications are due in September to get that allocation.
We'll
And
see.
our,
There,
Matt has his hand up.
there is a workaround associated with that so that an application can come in if it's
Sure.
needed, an application.
But they'd have to
can come in.
file an application to get that money.
Okay.
And our select board chair, Matt,
Can I just ask one more
Sure.
question? Fran?
Yep.
So I understand this has to go back to CPC but the goal here is affordable housing.
That's correct.
The 500,000 we've been giving, the goal is also affordable housing, right?
500,000 what?
500,000
From free cash that we've been giving is also for affordable housing, right?
But
I understand different,
So-
well, these
so
are different
what-
names, but the objective is affordable housing, right?
There are
yeah, but there's different
CPC
pathways.
Understand that.
Yeah.
different,
But
areas.
I'm talking about the overall objective for both is affordable housing.
the
Yes,
overall
yes.
objective for
Thank you.
this money is to go back to affordable
I
housing.
understand,
Right,
and the 500,000 that we've been giving has also been for affordable housing. Okay,
oh, well,
so,
what?
I'm gonna call on Matt.
sorry,
I'm gonna call on
That's fine.
Matt.
I just thought it'd be helpful. to
Matt
describe
Johnson.
the play by. I'm Matt Johnson, so back to select board. And so we had a meeting where we were putting articles on the warrant. And there had originally been 2 articles proposed. So the first one moved the funds back into the reserve fund for CPC. The second one, the draft article we had seen moved it to the Affordable Housing Trust. However, in a meeting at the CPC, they decided, well, why not just allocate it directly to the Assabet River Bluff project? So we had a draft warrant article, a companion warrant article that would take the money that the one article would put in the reserve fund and then move it to the Assabet Bluff. Well, that started a debate about, that project and how it's going to be used and all that. But then meanwhile, we received at 12:29 PM, with the warrant closing at 12:30, a single warrant article that did both of those things. And at that point, we had already voted the one to put back into the reserve fund, and we just ran out of time. So I think the conclusion here is that either the money that's now, as a result of the warrant article, going to presumably end up in that reserve fund again, could either go through the allocation process next year, but I think due to the urgency that we have for affordable housing, we'll instead see a warrant article for annual town meeting to do essentially what was originally proposed, either to the housing trust or because that would allow the money to be deployed faster. So anyway, I just wanted to give the play-by-play of how that came to be and where it's going. And
But that money would come from the CPC reserve fund. It would not come from free cash.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Relative to.
Well, there's going to be a lot of demands on free cash this year.
That-
Or it can go to stabilization fund, which is.
Correct.
There's one other issue though associated with the CPC, and it's not here in this in their article here, which is last year they allocated $250,000 for open space and recreation. So I'm going to be in touch with the chair of the CPC to talk to them about whether or not they're going to have an article to rescind those funds.
Good point, Dee. That was the park. You don't need a park if there's nothing to build.
Well, if you don't know what it's going to be, like, you don't need to spend money on
Good
it.
point. I forgot.
Okay.
So I will
Get that money
be
back.
in, yeah, I'll be in touch.
Go
with them.
for it. No good deed goes unpunished. Okay.
Peggy, I have a question.
And speak your name, please. Oh,
Peggy,
Amber.
this is Amrit. My camera doesn't
Thank
work
you.
today, so sorry about that.
Okay.
I was looking at this Article 4. It says to determine whether the town will vote to transfer $1 million and change to the Community Preservation Fund. And it says this was the money which was appropriated in 2015, 2017, 18, and 19. The majority of that money came in 2018. Oh, sorry, the majority of money came in 2017, I believe, through an appropriation, not a transfer from the Community Preservation Fund. So is there a reason why we're putting the money back into Community Preservation Fund and not going directly back to free cash? So specifically, if I read Article 30 of
Amber,
27.
No, I hear what you're saying, and I'm looking around the room, hoping someone knows the answer to it, because I sure don't.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
I
the
would-
specific,
I would
the
assume
specific
all
thing.
of- I
No, the
would assume-
specific thing. Sorry, go ahead.
The way it's written and been explained, I would have thought that the $1,044,000 was all.
That's all CPC.
It's all CP. Matt Johnson is saying it's all CPC money.
3 years.
Matt, I'm reading Article 30 of the 2017 warrant, which reads to determine whether the town will vote to appropriate the sum of $350,000 or any other sum from Concord CPC and to appropriate the sum of $1 million from free cash, the combined total appropriation of $1,350,000 to be expended, so on and so on and so on. So $1 million came from free cash.
Right.
Right, that's not.
But that's not part of this article. It's not- If it's $1,350,000, that's,
2 other years is 350.
yeah, it's several years. I mean, if it was $1,350,000, that's more than this article. So this article is just dealing with the
Right.
CPC money.
If you look at page 32 of the materials, you'll see where the $1,444,000 came from. 4 separate warrant articles totaling that amount.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm trying to find those in those specific warrants right now. Okay, thanks.
Okay, well, let's talk about Article 5.
With just one question.
Sure, Christine.
If there was $1 million from free cash, it didn't go anywhere then, because it,
It's in the trust. That's in the trust.
No, this isn't affordable housing. This is the Junction Village thing. So that $1 million that was from free cash, that didn't go anywhere.
Right.
Correct.
That, so it doesn't have to
So
come
that,
back.
that doesn't
Okay.
have to come back.
So that answers, I think, Amber's.
Okay.
Okay, got it.
It
Good.
hasn't been spent.
What do you mean it didn't go anywhere?
It hasn't been spent.
So it's still sitting there.
Still sitting.
Yeah.
Right, so it doesn't have to
So
come
we can
back.
take it back.
It's,
No, it never.
you don't have to take it back.
It has-
It's still sitting there.
It might have a tag on it, but it doesn't, it's in the balance. So.
Okay, let's talk about Article 5. This is the middle school building project. And the upshot of this article is that we are going to be asking special town meeting for about 7,200,000 for the new middle school. This is for a total now of 110 or thereabouts. And that is not the 115 that's been batted about, and it's not the 115 we were talking about last Thursday night. I've watched the meeting, the selectmen's meeting, et cetera. So the point now is that this article is going forward at 110, not 115. And right now, the 60% budget, this provides about 2 million in additional bid contingency. I guess that's the best way I'd explain it. Because the budget right now is 108.4. They're going forward with 110. So I don't know what else to say. It's 5 million less than at least I thought it was going to be. And when we adjourned last Thursday.
Could we ask them how they came up with this number?
Well, you can watch the select board. Matt, do you want to give everyone the upshot if they didn't want to sit through the videotape of your meeting?
Meeting. It was a very short meeting and,
Yeah, come on up to the microphone.
the microphone doesn't work.
Oh,
But
well, here, mine.
and for the record, again, I'm not speaking for the select board. In fact, I voted against the motion. So I can't really explain the logic on behalf of those that did, but except for just that they were more comfortable with that number. Again, I just recommend looking at the tape. It's very, very short.
We started at noon and ended at 12:30.
That's right.
Yeah. So it's not, won't take you all day to watch it.
Well, that's okay. I guess maybe because we have the superintendent and we have one of the people who is on the
Building committee and the
committee,
chair of the school committee.
and the chair of the school committee, if they might have some information they could provide in terms of where they think this 110 is this, other than shrugging your shoulders. I mean, this wasn't the number that we had heard about last week. So is there a probability? What's the probability of the 110 being an adequate amount of money?
Right now, we're at 108. We don't know what 90% or 20% final estimates will come back at, or what the needs will come back at. But it is what it is. It's been done. It's been done. So.
So going to a special town meeting with a 110 016,000 number. So that's what we're going to be hearing about next week. And we will be, we also have, in addition to the hearing, we have a regular meeting scheduled after that where we may want to discuss it and decide our positions on the two warrant articles, whether we're going to vote affirmative action, no action, or provide recommendation at town meeting, which I think is a bailout, because we will be issuing a finance committee report. We've been looking, touching, feeling this thing for a pretty long time at this point, so, I'm hoping that we can have a discussion, following the hearing, on how long the hearing's gonna take.
Can you talk about the format of the hearing and the presentation, just so I understand what the public's gonna hear, so. I assume Dr. Hunter, will you make a presentation? How will it work? What do you guys?
Pat's gonna present to the building committee.
You're gonna present Pat.
And I think Carrie or Gail, one of them has some slides on the tax and capital.
Okay, so it's similar to what we did last year then.
Very similar.
How long do you think it will be?
15 minutes.
15 minutes.
If anyone attends this hearing and hasn't already heard all this information ad infinitum, I think I agree, Sarah, short, cut to the chase kind of presentation. Everyone knows where we're at. And that will allow more time for questions, from members of the finance committee, members of the public, if they don't already know what where we're at.
And then did we settle on what type of thing we were gonna show to the public? Because last week it was apples versus oranges, being level principal thing that we're gonna.
I'm gonna turn to Bob and Gail on that one.
Curious.
You can- I think you show both.
Principal and level debt service.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the average, and these are all on the average house
Yeah.
evaluation, the median house valuation of about 917. Is that correct?
Are you using the new numbers?
No.
What was that? I'm sorry. Reed.
I was just gonna say, are you using the new numbers that the assessor has?
1,170 now. But since the board hasn't had classification, they haven't set a tax rate. We use the old tax rate, so it's.
Can we use the 970 just to make it apples to apples?
Yes, you'll use the 970. Because we used 970 at last town meeting. We haven't, the board of selectmen hasn't.
Not gonna change any of the amount.
Yeah, because the value might go up, but the rate will go down, hopefully.
Yeah, but we show them the tax bill. We don't talk about
Right,
this.
we only, yeah.
All you see is the tax bill, so it doesn't really.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But I guess again, this is to avoid confusion and clarity. There's multiple variable moving levers that we're looking at. And by showing 1.1 or whatever compared to 970, it just adds another question mark.
We're gonna
of how
use,
much it will contribute. So if we can keep that stuff, then you're only talking about changes in interest rates in the.
Even with debt service, whatever they were showing at town meeting, should be the same methodology. I think that was-
Yeah.
That's what good.
Right,
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Right.
same median house value, same terms and conditions, and then you come, and then the new term.
They issued debt the other way.
But a little bit, so it affects it slightly, once moving the direction, correct, it'll be all right.
Bob and I have been talking about basically a slide that has 3 rows. The first one was the town meeting approved dollars in financial terms. Second one, add the 7.2 million, keep the terms. Third one, add the 7.2 million, change the terms. So it's,
Terms being interest rate only.
well, how many years, interest rate,
Pretty
and
much. in these three.
Yeah,
But
we're
also,
not gonna change, I thought we did not want to change the year, the term in terms of 25.
25.
Right, okay.
It's just the interest rate though.
Just the interest rate, okay.
and are we gonna, how are you gonna do the borrowings, you gonna do them all in 24? Sprinkle it out like we did the tax bill would be?
It's shown best if you start in 24 and then discuss that you have flexibility. Like one of the charts I have says use $1.25 million for the first 4 years. 5 million. There's ways to engineer that differently. You might not want to actually do it that way, but it's consistent with what you should, right?
Okay, okay.
The key is consistent approach with town meeting last time.
We'll be talking, sorry,
Okay.
we'll be presenting the entire 110, not just the 7 million.
Yes.
Yes, right.
Yeah, it'll show, the slide is, it's one of those cumulative slides, right? So it shows the 103, And then it shows the 7.2 on top of it.
It'll show $2,000. It'll show a number of 2,000.
And it'll show the peak, so to speak, as, you know, with all the other debt service.
Well,
Yeah.
it's the chart redone. You remember the mountain?
Yeah.
chart?
Yeah, the mountain.
Yeah,
The mountains.
yeah, so we'll have a new one of those, yeah.
Yeah, we'll be looking at that.
So that'll go
Okay,
out.
there it is, yeah, okay.
It'll be
25
presented.
years.
Oh.
Will that chart show the 25
I don't
years?
remember.
Yeah.
I think it does. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
it does.
Chris, you just make sure I heard you right. You said it'll be over $2,000?
I think it's right, well, it's
Yeah.
the total, right? So
Yeah.
isn't it,
Not for the middle school, the total including the high school.
wasn't it 22 something? So it was 1,100 and then we'll add 400 or something like that. So maybe it's 1,500. Somewhere like that, but incremental, about 1,500, I think. He hasn't finalized those calcs, so I can't give you the answer.
The debt service from the school alone is 1,200. So it's more like 1,100 plus 1,200.
Yeah.
Down. Usually reserve, so.
And that will not reflect stabilization fund at all, will not be shown up in there.
We can
There's
talk
one
about
that
it.
shows
but
it.
We don't have it yet, right? We have some of it.
Right. Yeah, that's.
We have it, right?
Right.
Priority, the FinCom's priority.
Well,
We're the ones
right,
responsible for getting
right,
that
someone's gotta get the
stabilization
money put aside, right? I mean, that, you can show that, but that's really their money, right? So that's a smoothing technique to avoid a bump in the tax rate, but it's
Right.
their money.
It's
Yeah,
tax
You
money.
know what I'm saying? It's tax money, so it's not free money from somewhere.
Oh, right,
else.
right. No,
It's
no,
tax
right.
money, so you can show it or
But
not.
we didn't spend it on something else.
Correct, you didn't, but it is their money, right?
But it's
Okay,
their
so
money
the-
already paid in as opposed to going forward. It's,
Correct.
it's
So
past money.
You kept
Three and a
it.
half.
Right,
we
right,
kept-
right.
So the
Right,
You
middle,
didn't give it back to them, right?
right, right.
the middle school debt is about, in fiscal 24, 1,243 per household, median household. That's the middle school piece of it, that level debt. But that's on top of
Half of another thousand.
of about 1,000 that is a combination of town, elementary schools, CCRF, and Minuteman. So this will be presented by probably Terry or Bob or Gail. Okay. And we'll, Bob, get that circulated to the finance committee prior to the hearing.
What's that?
Please.
Say that again?
When does that slide have to be sort of approved to go into the Thursday meeting? Is it 24 hours or is it on the fly?
20 minutes. These things come out about 20 minutes prior. No, we
Make sure it's clear. Yes.
Yeah, Bob, if you could, you and Gail and Carrie can, get something around to the finance committee as soon as you're comfortable with it. It won't be public. No discussion amongst members online or offline, right?
That's right.
Right,
So
right. Meeting.
we're gonna share something like that. It's for your eyes only, no discussion amongst members.
We can send comments back to you.
Yes.
Yeah, we can't discuss it, but we can send
Send back,
comments.
right, yes.
Not to everybody, just to one
person.
person.
Well,
Okay.
just
Not
send them to
reply- not
Bob,
reply all,
just to Bob, copy me,
Right.
we're not having, we can't have any discussion. Okay,
There's
Lindsay.
one other thing. So
Yeah.
Doug and I talked after the last meeting, and something that we've noticed is that, well, at least with the median, with the home values, we always anchor to the median, right? But it got us in a discussion about just the range of taxpayers that we have, and the household incomes, and how something like this middle school project will have a vastly different impact on, on households, certain households versus others, right? In terms of like the percent of their overall income that's going towards the tax bill. So could I just share one slide? I don't know if the ability to share. Chris, can you? I don't know if you get the ability for me to share.
Go ahead.
He said to go ahead. So how can I go? I usually see something. Well, oh, share screen there. It just came up. All right, it was probably there. So I just pulled some census data. It's not showing up though, is it? Oh, there it goes. And this is really not just about the middle school at all, because this is a project that.
Slideshow mode. please?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to get this.
Lower right-hand corner.
Oh, right.
That TV's not working.
I just was trying to get my Zoom thing. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
And this is more just, I feel like maybe in general, it would be helpful to think not of our taxpayers as just like a median this or a median that, but as a range of residents that we're trying to represent. So just something to bring to your attention. I just pulled some census data from, US Census Bureau American Community Service survey from 2020. Just this is household income, and just a histogram of household income brackets for Concord, just our zip code. And, just bucketing these. So what we're looking at here is the number of households on the top and the percent of households on the bottom by income, by household income. And so, I put these light blue boxes just do these big brackets, and we have 30% of our households that are actually less than 100,000. This is a surprise to me, at less than 100,000 in household income annually, versus our median is 160K, our mean is 225K. So I think often when we're anchoring towards these medians and means, we can miss the larger picture and the range of folks that we're representing. And so, as we got 30% and that less than 100K, 30% 1 to 100K, and then 40% at 200 plus. So it's just something to keep in mind. It's something I think about a lot as being, when I joined this committee, that it's not, I want to represent, the whole spectrum of residents. So, and I imagine that some of these big tax impact items have a big impact on some of those households that are at lower 30% households. Good start.
Oh, you know how many households there are?
Yes, this would.
You know what the total number of households is in Concord?
So if these would, this is the number up here. So it's 2000.
Yeah, let's see if that matches.
Oh, what?
Not even close.
As I said, what Concord actually has, right?
Yeah, it's like 6,000, so I don't understand this number.
No, sorry, this is not household. So this is 2,000, and 2,600.
Oh, okay.
These are households at the top,
Thank you. That makes more.
and these are percent of households on the bottom. So I think it adds up.
Okay.
So Lindsay, one thing, because I did look at same data set last year.
Yeah,
This includes both owner occupied and rentals.
it does. Yeah,
So I think it might be,
it's different. So yes,
so
that's
I was just
true.
gonna suggest that. I know there's a,
you have to take those rental.
yeah, there's
out.
a direct, indirect effect, obviously, on the rents that might go up as a result of this, but.
Harry, sure, do landlords not pay taxes?
Right?
Don't landlords? pay taxes?
I just said that, right? There's an indirect effect.
There's an indirect
There's an indirect effect. I understand that, but it might be helpful just to take a look
Yeah.
at that.
Yeah, I
Percentage.
think that's fair.
Because it's a small, at least last year, it was a small percentage
Right.
that were owner
Owner
occupied.
occupied at
In
the
the
lower, at the
100,000,
lower.
yes,
bracket.
that's all.
One of the things that we do in the presentation, I think we did it last year, I don't know, Bob, if you're gonna do it, there was a chart that showed, I think not if it was per million or per 100,000. It was a little chart that we included on one of the slides that said, this is how you can figure out what it means for you.
Yeah,
So
That
it
is
could be
Right.
something like
something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was some document that was going around, that
It
was
was in the
online.
This was on the school committee site. You could do a little calculus.
Yeah, you can.
Steve put something together last year. Stephen did.
He did?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I know it was in the presentation. So when Carrie made the presentation, it was there. And I think it might even be on the website somewhere. I don't know.
I thought it was on I thought it was in
Really?
Well, let's get
Yeah.
the, Bob, if you and Dale and Carrie can get that around to the FinCom. Maybe tomorrow or Monday, so people can comment and want to add a slide or, question
Since
it.
we spoke about it, I can share the impacts.
That'd be great.
Right now. In form,
And you can send around that slideshow.
and send it around now,
Okay.
I met, we'll talk about it.
Sure.
Chris, can I share a screen?
Go ahead.
This is the current. That's incorrect. This is the current excluded debt that you have in town. With the blue being the schools in the towns, the orange being the regional high school, and then Minuteman, the gray. And you can see it goes up quite a bit. So it's about $1,000 a household right now, and it drops. And what you were discussing in here is a drop somewhere around FY 29 for the Concord fees. This is what level debt service would look like. For this year, it's $130 a household on the bonds that were already issued in June. Next year, that would go up to 160-ish. About $1,000 for the original amount approved, and then for the additional $7.2 million, another $80. So it's about that $1,200. Again, here's the picture of what it looks like. This is level principal. I won't dwell on it, but you can see in the beginning it's more expensive. It's a few $100s more. On average, it's a little less, but in the early parts, it's quite a bit more. Here's all the debt put together. So this is the middle school on top of that debt service that you already have. The gold is now the original amount.
Town meeting voted.
Yeah, town meeting vote. And the blue at the top is the extra 7.2 million. You can see it is above $2,000. If you use the stabilization fund, you knock it down, to around $2,000 in the early year. Again, you would probably not issue the whole amount right away, which is another way to reduce the early costs, but just for an illustration.
In your experience, what would you suggest for releasing that $5 million that we're going to have?
That's a really difficult thing, because in my experience, I've never not issued the whole amount. But in this case, but I had the luxury of low interest rates for 15 years. Right now, you might really look at the cash flow of the project and stagger your issuing a little bit more. An assumption made last winter was, for instance, that 50 million be issued in 1-year bands at a lower interest rate, and 100 million after 1 year. So you can play around with that. This last slide shows the difference of last winter to now. In the early years, it's about $340 higher than what we said last year, and it's on average about $275 over 25 years. And about 3/4 of that is interest rates, and 1/4 of that is the additional cost of the project. So I'll send this around, and then afterwards is last year's presentation, just so you can see it. So I'll send them around and certainly welcome any of your comments.
Can I ask you a question? Can we go back to one of the slides? Okay, right there's fine. So $340 increase in the average household bill to $275 median.
275
Median.
average over 20.
It's an average.
So I guess if I ask the question, rather than see an increase in my household tax bill, I would rather see services cut. How much spending would have to be cut in fiscal year 24 to offset this?
With that service.
Okay, yeah, I have that.
Can we have that answer so that we get a
It's
sense?
a pretty big number.
I understand that.
It's like
Understand.
well, let's see.
It's a reasonable question folks might ask
Yeah,
to give context as to.
some of it you
what was
can't say because it's interest rate, so, but yeah.
No, you can,
You could. I know, I'm just trying to think of what, it's not dollar for dollar, it's a
no,
straight.
it is dollar for
Yeah.
dollar.
7
Because
questions.
you're spending 340
Yeah,
on debt service or whatever,
right,
you can choose not to spend 340 somewhere else
right.
and offset the tax increase, right?
The 7.2 is about a 7% increase over the 102, right? So why is it a 26% of the increase in the cost?
Just so happens that interest rates are 3/4 of it. I mean, there's no magic to that. There's no relationship between the interest rate increase and costs and what you're saying. It's just a random thing. So it could have been 20%, it could have been 40%, but given the interest rate that was assumed, it happens to be 20%.
Teresa, I'd like to comment, because we haven't voted the guideline. And I think what you just said is everything to do with the guidelines. And, you know, we looked and we voted preliminary guidelines at 3%, divided between the lower for the schools, a little higher for the town. So the question is, are we gonna go back and revisit those guidelines? And when we see what the town, we see what the schools provide to us within the guidelines, their proposal, that would be the opportunity to answer the question you just asked. Should we ratchet down harder on those guidelines? That's the lever that you're just now referring to.
Well,
Cut services.
Can we,
that can be.
can we go back and change the guidelines downward?
Well, yeah, because they're preliminary, we're gonna hear from everybody, and it's gonna be final.
Okay.
And I guess I'm just asking the question and would like an answer, so that, again, I go back to giving voters a choice.
Yep.
And so, you know, here's the choices that we're facing. We can accept the increase in the tax bills, and we keep the services we have, or we can go somewhere in between.
The extra 7.2 million level debt service is about 500,000 a year. And just by coincidence, you'll hear from Carrie next week that she's found quite a bit more revenue. That new growth has come in higher than she assumed and some other things.
Good.
So it might cure itself.
Higher than what's in the.
What do you mean it might
model
cure
that I
itself?
just looked at? Yeah.
When you say it might cure itself, what does that mean?
There's additional revenue that wasn't shown last time because
Yeah.
it wasn't there.
Okay.
Now it's there.
Okay.
So in theory, the additional
You'll have
revenue.
more available for guidance.
But that doesn't answer my question.
Well, it may. If there's more than $500,000.
No,
of additional
I'm just
revenue.
asking a factual question. I'm just asking a factual question. How much money per year does that represent? That's all.
Well, he just said
Yeah.
500,000, so that's
Oh, it's only half of, no.
The increment.
the increment,
you're
it's
asking
worth $500,000
It's the
in
interest
spending,
on
so
the increment.
think of that, I would think of that as
Right.
7.2 million.
Right.
It's 500,000.
I would think of that as
Okay.
between 5 and 8 full-time equivalent employees.
Well, the 500 plus the interest increase together,
Yeah, so that's about 2 million.
2 million, thank you.
One question about the interest rate. Did you use 3 3/3, or did you use 5?
We used 5.1 on level principal and 5.25 on level debt, which was the financial advisor's advice last Friday.
Okay, 5.1 and 5.25? Thanks.
Today rates dropped a lot, so.
Yeah.
I have asked Bob to look and carry just out of curiosity, look if we could have some direct ability to direct sell those bonds to Concord residents without the, in between premium, because I think a lot of our residents would be pretty happy to lock in 5% on the middle school. It
Right.
turns out to be very complicated and probably not something that we're gonna be able to do, but, always trying to think of creative ways
How
to.
complicated would it be?
The
Very,
complication is the town shouldn't be involved. It's an ethical thing. You're supposed to get the best price. And in this case, you might have residents that want to pay you even more than other people would. But if that practice is allowed, most times it would be steered in the other direction. I want my cousin Lou to get a better deal. So the town really can't get involved in that, but if all the residents want to call a local bank, the bank would either put in a bid, but this is such a large bond, they wouldn't. They'll have to just find out who wins and see if they can buy some. So it's
With a premium.
complicated from that standpoint.
Yeah.
I'll try to find out a little more.
And
I've tried it in the past. and-
See, most
Can you put in?
people like piece of that action, right?
That be permitted or not?
No.
can it be advertised? No? I mean, Concord Bridge, the new paper,
I don't see why not.
is that crazy?
No.
Chris says,
You're right, is it?
Chris's face says it's crazy, so. I'm thinking it's
It's
probably
a- It's a
crazy.
big bond deal, right? So there's gonna be an underwriter or several underwriters, and they're gonna distribute it through their network, whether it's
So you'll have to
resident-
figure out where that is. And
And I don't know if
then you're
it's-
paying a premium and
So-
blah, blah, blah. Anyway,
So
Okay.
I have a different kind of question,
Okay, you're
which
right, you're right.
is, if this doesn't, say, the citizenry who come to town meeting decide, special town meeting decide no on this, what's next?
Well, so there would be significant cuts need to be made to the project, offset by the increased cost of delaying the project and redesigning the project. So the delta something like, I think, 11 million when you look at what the increased cost of as a result of the schedule change and having to design the whole.
But the only two things we know. Town voted 103 million. And they voted for a certain middle school. So even if it fails, we still have the 103. But we can't build the school that we voted on. And whether, I don't know the answer to the question, whether the scope of the school would be so different from what was approved that it doesn't qualify, that we can't use that 103 to build something that is so different than what's approved. I don't know the answer to that
Well,
question.
one of the, I'm kind of wondering, I do think somebody will ask that question. So whose responsibility is it to answer that question?
So I've asked the question and they've drafted a slide that actually shows,
Slide that show,
that-
these are the steps we'd have to follow.
yes,
Well, it's a slide that shows these are the possibilities for how you could cut the budget with the least amount of damage to the educational plan, but it would significantly change the building. And included in that would be what the community had asked for in terms of community spaces in the building. So as well as things that are going to come back to bite you, like you wouldn't be able to redo your fields, but you're going to have to redo your fields eventually, so the town will eventually might not do the landscape. Now, the committee hasn't met to discuss this or come up with any firm recommendations, but these are the things that our architects have determined would be the least disruptive to the plan, but still disruptive to the school that the town will be.
I do think that question will come up.
Oh, I'm sure it will.
And so I don't know if it's a picture that you want to show, chop it all,
I mean, no, they have a picture, they have something.
Yeah.
So that actually, so given that the number is potentially tighter than what you thought it was going to be at the 110, does that change the strategy about going with alt, what do they call them? Alt in, alt out? Adults. Because before there was a discussion of that and it was sort of, we weren't going to do it, but now does that change?
That's
Because,
what the committee's gonna talk about next.
okay.
Would going back to the old plan require redoing things that have already been done in terms of design? I mean, there would be incurring costs that would have already been incurred and paid, or well, incurred. It would duplicate some expenses, right?
I'm not an architect, but it's very, once you start you take this piece out, it affects
Right.
5 or 6 other pieces.
Yeah.
And that has a cascading effect. So it's not like you can just say, okay, well, we're not going to put on that extra bedroom.
Right.
Because not putting on that extra bedroom means you have to change the 3 bathrooms on the second
Right.
house.
Well, in construction in general, lots of times, if you take a change order and you leave out something, it increases the cost. You say, wait a second, I left out something and the cost went up. Yeah, that seems to be,
When it's outside the bid and they come back with change orders, which are 3 times as.
well, that's the other, yeah, the other part of the game, right, yeah. Or business, I'm sorry.
Okay. Any questions?
Just the,
Done.
you mentioned community spaces. Are there dedicated community spaces in the project?
There is an increased size of the gym was a request of the community. So there is a gym size that was part of the original design and then a request for increase. The original design, at the very beginning, just had cafeteria. There was no auditorium. But the community wanted an auditorium and the school really wants an auditorium. That got added early on in the project. But to get back to the 102.8 million would require some big.
You could go forward though with that. I mean, it's not like you have to redesign the school. I understand that, but at least you could get to the point where you're gonna build a school.
Yes, you can have a building.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get stuck in a cycle, because you're gonna lose so much time on schedule, you're gonna need more money.
I get it.
3 is not gonna be enough for what you just
I know,
pulled back from.
yeah.
And you could really spiral, I think.
Well, it's also. I just, and I don't, like I said, I don't have the answer, but does the scope of the project change so much from what was approved at town meeting? That town council, town moderator, does someone say, you can't just go ahead and build it, you have to go back to town meeting with the 103 and a different school?
Have you taken a look at what was presented at town meeting?
No,
I suggest, take a look. It's not very specific.
okay,
Well, yeah, you read it last
Yeah.
meeting, right?
okay,
That's why I keep raising that.
okay.
It's still there.
Okay, any questions from the public? No. Anyone online? Okay. So I think everybody, keep an eye on your inbox. Lindsay, thank you for that slide that you sent. If you could share that with the members of the committee, that'd be great. And I think I find it's easiest if everybody, if you want to share something with the committee, send it to Bob. And then Bob will share it back out. That way, you only have to sort by one sender on your inbox. And everybody gets the same information.
Can I just,
John.
before we adjourn, just wanted to report on the planning board meeting?
Yes, yeah, before that, I'm not quite ready to adjourn.
Okay.
Let's do minutes and then do any liaison meetings. Okay. Bob, what minutes do we have to approve here? For
September 22. We have September 22, we have, and then October, both a guidelines and a meeting. And that was October 13th, I think.
October
Here they
13th.
are.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I move we approve them all.
Do you have a correction?
I do.
Okay, what is your
Just
correction?
minor. So we're talking about the 22nd?
Yeah, September 22nd.
Right, so this is just for clarity. So under the preliminary 5-year budget projection review, the second paragraph, I believe, is a discussion of CPS. And that, so it doesn't say that. So if we could just say certain, increase in total expenditures at CPS for FY24. So it's clearer to the reader versus CCRSD.
Lois, can you hear these changes? You're on mute. You're on mute.
They're still on mute.
I'm sorry. I think I can hear it. If Chris, if you can restate that correction, we'll amend the motion, then I'll make sure that the amended version gets to Bob.
Yeah,
So we'll approve those as amended.
Okay, and I just have, do you have another one?
I do,
Okay.
I do. So that's on the 22nd.
Oh, wait, on the 22nd, I had a couple of others. So they're typos. On page 5. And it's in the second paragraph, third line, middle of the line. It says, but there were several. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's the line above it. Second line, what could be considering, it should be what could be considered. And then on page 6, line 6, it has will be spent, capital will be spent on capital projects. These were great minutes.
Yeah.
And Chris's correction was on, Chris, your correction was on which page?
Bob has it. It's on page 1. Bob's going to send it to you.
Okay, so we'll go, let's amend the motion to approve the minutes as amended through this discussion, and I'll make sure those get put in and the corrected minutes go to Bob.
Okay, that's for the 22nd, but I had comments on the, I want to vote the 22nd.
Are we gonna have separate motions for each one and a roll call vote, or are we gonna just? Okay.
All right.
All right, there's a motion, and a second
Second.
to approve the September 22nd, 22 minutes, roll call
As amended.
as amended. Okay, wait, I gotta get back to page 1. Okay, Peggy, yes. Christine?
Yes.
Dee?
Yes.
Don?
Yes.
Lindsay? John?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Kathy? Not here. Suresh?
Yes.
Brian? Don't see him. Greg?
Yes.
Lois?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Parashar?
Yes.
Hammer?
Yes.
Okay, done. Thank you all. Let's do the next one.
Okay. So
During the meeting or the guideline?
let's do the meeting first, because that happened first, right? Guidelines were later. I think, is that right or am I wrong? How did it go?
No, it was the other way around.
Guidelines were first.
Okay, guidelines were first. Okay, so just the use of military time, I don't think we do that. So I would change all the military time to whatever non-military.
ESC.
Civilian time.
Civilian, there you go, civilian time. thank you. I think that was really the only thing I had was on those ones. That's the one that started 7:01, that's guidance, yeah. So that's all I had on that one.
So
1901, you mean?
Yes.
He's smirking, but his camera's not.
You got a good laugh. Okay, let's and let's do
Anything
the,
else on those then? Because I have more on the other one. Okay, so it's the same thing on the what is the next one?
the guidelines.
It started 9 o'clock or something like that. Yep.
Yeah, 21. So the same thing, the military. Suresh wasn't here for the, am I right, Suresh? You weren't here at, wherever it is here, 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I left at 8
Yeah,
o'clock.
so Suresh was not present for that. I think that was all I had. Yep, that's it. So the military and that one change.
Do you want to make a motion?
Sure. I'll move that we approve the minutes from guidelines and the regular meeting from October 13th as amended.
second.
Second.
All right, roll call. Peggy, yes. Christine,
Yes.
Dee,
Yes.
Don,
Yes.
Lindsay.
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Kathy, not here. Suresh,
I'm gonna abstain. Because I was.
abstain, okay.
I was only till
Yep.
2000 hours.
Brian, not here, Greg. Lois,
Yes.
Ray.
I wasn't here.
You know, you're allowed to vote on approving the minutes, even if you didn't attend the meeting. That is the procedure. If you want to abstain, you can, but you are allowed to vote.
Okay, yes,
Parashar.
thank you.
Yes.
Cameron,
Yes.
okay. Motion passes. And we are caught up to the
Okay.
minutes. Except for one set from November of last year. Okay. Can you just send me, let me know, me and Lois know what we still have outstanding, okay. I'm, mea culpa on one of them. Okay, then let's have any liaison reports. Don?
So I want to liaison to the planning board, and in the last two planning board meetings, the main topic has been the middle school. The site plan consultants, engineers have been representing the school. There hasn't been the committee hasn't been there. They're seeking relief from three zoning requirements: the height of the building, the size of the building, and the parking that they provide. They're exceeding the height. Their impervious ground cover exceeds what's permitted, and the number of parking spaces is short by about a third of what would be required. In all cases, when the members of the planning board ask, "What would you do if that approved?" the answer is, "Well, the building would have to get smaller." So I can see a little bit of a struggle over, especially about the parking, because there's concern that if we don't provide enough parking, people are going to be parking on the streets for meetings, etc. They came back with evidence that the staff, there will be adequate parking for all of the staff, which is good. So that's where it stands. It's been continued, and I'm sure at the end of the day, the planning board will grant the exemptions. One proposal was made and rejected by the planning board for the fact that there's too much impervious ground cover. They said, well, we could put a restriction on the site where we're going to tear down a building, so to restrict what could be built there in the future to offset it. But the planning board said that would not be wise because we don't know how that will be used.
Is that Peabody?
Yeah, that would be, I think, yeah, that would be a limitation on its economic value. So I think that they're leaning toward approving a building that they feel, I'm putting words in the board's mouth, but that members have expressed is probably a little too big for the land on which it's been cited.
If you restrict the parking, and we got a big auditorium for community use and a larger gymnasium, it would seem that those were sort of going in opposite directions.
So one of the planning board members is all in favor of restricting parking, feeling then people will carpool and it will drive less consumption of fuel. Another is concerned that we've already done that, say at the high school, and they mentioned that Laurel Street is lined with cars. This is an issue in a practical way. When we give exemptions, this is what happens.
That's different though, because the high schoolers can drive.
Right.
The high school is what?
Students can drive.
Yeah.
in that case. So not many students are driving to middle school.
Absolutely.
Even without consolidation of those schools, there's no parking for events, right? So
No.
anytime there's an event at the middle school, I live next to it, there is parking all up and down that road on both sides. So consolidation of it, to have one school will make that a problem no matter what.
Where's Sanborn and Peabody locate? Are they
adjacent?
No, they're here, but not.
Well, but you know, you don't build like,
Why we get into what we can build and what we can't.
yeah, you don't design parking or an intersection like at a shopping center for Christmas, the week before Christmas. I mean, you know, for a especially large event, you have to have some overflow. You don't build it every, you know, it's not gonna be used, but it's
Yeah.
not our decision and.
No, no,
Yeah.
not
Yeah,
everything.
but it's very interesting. That's interesting.
They're short about 50 spaces from what the zoning would require.
Wow.
So, the light board is one of the ones that I'm an observer on, and, they're also, you know, a lot of their work is related to rate setting and so forth, not directly related to what we do, but they do come for some financing, where they need capital stuff, and they're talking about the middle school. And, they're doing two things. So they want to have a public session where they talk about solar. So remember all the questions last year at the hearing about what is solar? So they're getting ready for, I don't know if they've selected a date, some sort of a public meeting where they're going to talk about what their plans are for solar. Because once the 60% design came in, now they could start to have more discussion with the designers and the architects on where the canopies would be and how we might use it. So I think they're getting ready. So it's still early stages, but they're getting ready to have that discussion. And I think they may also at annual town meeting, perhaps have some requests for funding for that. So stay tuned. I'll find out some more, but that's what is going on there.
Dave?
I have a couple things. The Board of Assessors at their October 26th meeting, they had the specialist who came in to do the property values. So if you are interested in learning about property values and the changes that have occurred, then you can go right to YouTube and look it up, and you just go YouTube Board of Assessors Concord, and you'll be able to get into that and be able to view it.
I think they said we were going to get our new assessments, I think last month. But we
They're
didn't,
online.
are they?
Yes.
They didn't say anything?
I didn't see it.
I didn't see anything.
I didn't.
Well, you can go online into.
Yeah, there's a place you can
kind
look
of
it
to
up.
click around a
Yeah,
little
yeah,
bit, but
I
you
know
can
where
go
it is.
into the database
Okay.
and see your new valuation. And I was more interested in the meeting to try, and I was going to propose that we invite the Board of Assessors to our meeting in November.
I think that would be great.
Because I'm interested in what was the total town assessed value prior, and what is the total town assessed value now? And what's the percent difference? Because if that's 10, is it 20, is it 30? You know, it's gonna be some number of the total, and the tax rate then should go down accordingly. And then you'll know, you can look at your house and say, well, my value went up more or less than the total town valuation. You'll know whether you're gonna get,
That would
how
be,
hard you're gonna get hit.
yeah, that would be a good thing to invite them.
Yeah, okay.
The other one,
People like that for the meeting?
yeah.
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 In 1 minute.
I
Go ahead,
also
keep going,
do
Dee.
the CPC, and at their meeting a couple weeks ago, it was October 18th, I think that was the meeting. Anyway, it's around that time. No, yeah. They have received their applications, and a couple of things that may not happen. There is, it is, let me see, review application plan. Warner's Pond is the 5th article, and they are probably going to, they wanted the $550,000 there, and they already have. My record showed that they already had 2.3 million, and this is for the dredging at Warner's Pond. And it's not the whole pond, it's just one slice of the pond. And I think that they will not, it was reported at that meeting that the estimate for dredging was over $9 million. So I think that that article is going to be taken off, or excuse me, that request is going to be taken off
for this year, because there is also an open space and recreation plan update that'll go through and probably get funded for $100,000.
Again, they talk about reclaiming whatever it was, the 2 million that they've already committed, right? So,
No, that is for Junction Village.
no, I
No,
know.
no.
but-
Oh, this,
Yeah.
yes, you could do that.
Yeah, I assume they.
But I don't think, I think that they haven't talked about that, okay? It's sitting there.
Yeah,
The only progress that's been made is that article, that item will not go forward. And I will talk to them about the Junction Village, rescinding, yeah, the park.
the good one.
Yeah, I will talk to them about that. I think that's probably it.
Okay.
I can
Matt, just jumping-
mention about my charge from the last meeting of talking to the moderator. And I did meet with the moderator. We had a really interesting discussion. A couple of facts that I just want to relate to you. One is, it's not the moderator. The first thing she said, it's not the moderator who decides the date for town meeting. It's the select board. There you go. The second thing is, the meeting had, by state law, town meeting has to occur between the months of February, March, April, or May. That's it. And the third thing is, in 2021, their Article 4 of town meeting was about the finance committee. And in that article, they changed some verbiage in that. And in that article, it said that the guidelines must be posted 5 weeks before
We did it.
the warrant.
We did that.
That was us.
Well, all right. So we did it. I mean, okay, but it was Article 4.
No, I know, but if they chose that, it wasn't
We were
put on.
looking to a given date,
I
right? It was
know.
like November or something.
It was a- Right,
Yeah.
this way. these
So-
are-
So that changed, just for people who weren't aware of that changed. So what Carmen and I talked about really was, okay, so maybe we do rush things from time to time. It might not be every year, it might, so what she suggested is that the chair and the vice chair maybe we'll could possibly contact the town manager, and I put in the CFO, and then also the school superintendent and the CFO, to talk to them and say, look, is it, what are the pinch points for you? Is it that, that was her word. What is it, do you have a problem with these, getting all the data in the time frame that we require? Because she said, there is this window, there's like a 1 to 3 week window, if we wanted to have a later town meeting, that would allow people to have a little bit more time, because sometimes state numbers don't come in the time frame that we're talking about. So anyway, she just said that would be her suggestion. That would be a first step. So I did relay all this information to our chair. And our chair did say, well, nothing's going to happen right now. And nothing could happen this year. We're a little, we have a little bit of stuff going on here. So it's.
We don't always have 2 sets of town meetings in the
Right.
same
Right.
timeframe.
But there, and nothing could ever happen for this year anyway, but if that seemed to be something that we wanted to go forward with, that would be the first step, to talk to the heads of the 2 affected
The
groups.
people that have to do all the work.
Yep. That's it.
Okay.
All I was going to say is that Marcia Rasmussen, the Director of Planning and Land Management, came to our select board meeting on Monday, mentioned the Warner Pond project, and said that their current thinking was that they're looking at 2 alternative plans. One that would be a smaller scope dredging that wouldn't involve the trucking, and the other would be to actually remove the dam. And-
Warner's Meadow.
Yeah, so either one of those, she's estimated to be roughly the current budget. So in other
So
words,
interesting.
yeah, two plus million.
Even just to pull the boards out of the dam?
I wanted to.
I'll do it for $500,000.
If we blasted the dam, it would all go down.
Does anything actually happen last year?
No, I think.
Well, I'd save the money. Just pull the board. Well, that's my question. Does anything actually need to happen?
Well,
In other words, why, like, is there like a reason to do anything?
there is an extensive,
Thank you. And that's, give us money back.
yeah, there's an extensive permitting process to remove a dam. I'll just mention that, but.
Leave it to the beavers and they.
But it shouldn't cost, I'll do it for 2 million.
So I guess, is it really, whose decision is it what to do?
Don't worry.
The board.
It-
No, I'm sorry.
This is not imminent.
No, I understand that, but I am kind of asking. not
Yeah,
like-
no, any change scope like that would come for town meeting, and it would involve public forums, you know, to happen well before then.
Yeah, so
I'm gonna
we
call
will
it-
have
Yeah, we
input
did.
to get the money.
Would there'd be environmental impact, right? I mean.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, the permitting associated with the dam removal. Is
Right.
just,
Not gonna happen.
I'm gonna call on Bob, who's raising his hand.
We thought it was,
Was it the 20?
now it's gonna be the 28th because the assessor's office published the 28th.
So that's.
10/28.
For you to learn all the things you discussed
Yeah,
tonight, then we'll go over that in
yeah.
detail.
That's the tax classification.
Tax classification hearing, and, you know, they will go through all that stuff that you just talked about.
Oh, good. So we don't need to drag them over to our meeting then.
I think
We'll drag ourselves over to their meeting.
Sounds good.
Okay. That is great. Hearing. I hope the chair is, never mind, more informative than he was at the chair breakfast.
That's a good point. I mean, if there's enough interest. If you all are coming, we gotta do it. We
Not
gotta
all
do
of
it.
us. To be very clear.
It's online, right?
True. It'd be good to know whether, because this is a much better room to hold it
It's
around.
much better.
Yeah. Don't worry about us. You do the best that you.
I'm gonna write that down. 28th, okay, Monday, the
And topic
28th,
is gonna be what?
the Board of Assessors, tax classification.
Okay.
You can just, and YouTube it too. You'll find out that the increase for single family home is 19%.
The increase in value.
I'm not talking
Value.
taxes, I'm talking about.
The average increase is 19.
No, and it's 18%.
Well, mine went up 25, so that stinks.
We received the Massachusetts certification of our taxation rates. Our tax stuff.
Okay, oh, good,
I have a quick update.
yes.
So I think we shared the Excel file from the October 13th meeting where we divvied up the guideline
Yeah.
budgets.
No, I don't think.
Yeah, you didn't share.
No, we don't have,
I don't,
no.
Thought I did, we will.
You shared it at the meeting.
Oh, I thought I said, okay, so never mind. But you'll get a version that's actually correct. There was a slight error in the high school number. It was input as 24, it's really 21 because 3 million is debt service, I guess. So we'll update it and circulate it. We'll also circulate some additional slides, hopefully over the weekend. For you
please
guys
run
to-
those through Bob.
Right?
Run
I
them
know.
through Bob.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
it's just,
some of that.
I guess, there's so many,
Yeah, no, but we'll circulate those ahead of the meeting so that you've got time to. look at it.
Because on the 17th, after the hearing, we're gonna vote final guidelines, is that
If
correct?
we have time
If we have
and we
time.
get to it, we will, otherwise we got the 21st, which we're gonna try to. do.
Probably should post you for the 21st, because by the time you know whether you need it or not, it's too late to post.
correct.
That's fine.
That's right.
Oh, post this for the 21st.
Yeah.
You also
might as
need
well.
both warrant articles.
We
Yeah.
did.
Yeah,
Yep.
So
Yeah.
we have a lot to do if you do
Yes.
it on the 7th.
Yep.
What time is the 17th?
7 o'clock.
7 and 3.
It may help up because I thought this one was 7 and that was 6:30. Then this one got posted for 6:30, which for some of you came in probably surprised to see us fully underway. And the warrant went out with the hearing at 7, so there's
Right.
nothing we can do about that.
Actually, I was gonna, hey, Matt, on the hearing, so we're gonna do, is it 4 and 5?
Mhm.
And then you guys do 1, 2, and 3. So you're not gonna, are you gonna sit
No.
in for 4 and 5? Are you gonna be at the hearing for 4 and 5?
I think you'll find a lot of select board members there, yes.
I
They're
see,
not-
so- I
But
see.
but they're not hearing 1, 2, and 3. They're doing that at one of their own meetings.
Okay,
The hearing is only for
it's just before.
4 and
Yeah,
5.
yeah, we won't be declaring yours
Okay.
as our meeting.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out how you're doing that. Okay, I see.
Ours is gonna be way short.
Okay.
Oh, no, we're gonna get through like that.
Four.
What?
I said Article 4 will get through like that.
Yeah, maybe. I don't even think Article 4 will be like that, so. All right, any other updates? Any public comments? No, those are all members and Linda,
motion to adjourn?
go for it. Okay, standing, it's a standing motion. Stand and walk out if you want that to happen. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.